The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Frizzell, House District 45.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Will you please join me in honoring our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile. Rep. Amabile.
Excused.
Armagost. Bacon. She's right there. Bird. Rep. Bird there. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Representative Dixon, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Rep. Hamrick, she's right there. Hartsook, Harrod is excused. Holtorf, Judah, she's in your office. Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, he's here, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Sharbini, Sirota, Snyder, Soper,
You're the best.
Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez, Velasco is excused. Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 62 present and 3 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Frizzell.
Good morning again, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Fellow representatives in this amazing House, you know, we love to have a good time here in the House chamber, sometimes at the expense of others. Mr. Becker, would you please display fellow representatives, this morning, I move that the Journal of Monday, March 13th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Colleagues, I would ask for your aye vote if you do not want this photo on your desk.
Thank you, Representative Frizzell. And I am not seeing Representative Weinberg. Is he here today? He's missing all the fun. Well, for the aye, the motion before us is that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Well done. All opposed, no? No. The ayes clearly have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Members, Representative Joseph will replace Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee for today only. Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Health and Insurance will meet 5 minutes upon adjournment in room 112, and we are here 12:09 and 12:27 in that order, so I'll see you there. Thanks.
Representative Froelich? No. Representative Byrd?
Members, you know the budget is coming up, so in anticipation of that grand event tomorrow, Wednesday the 15th, the Joint Budget Committee staff will be conducting a training on the long bill process. At this time, they will highlight all of the process of requesting amendments, should that be something that you feel compelled to do. The training will be from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the Old State Library, room 271. All legislators, aides, interns, staff, they are all welcome and encouraged to attend. And again, this is tomorrow the 15th at 8 a.m. in the Old State Library to review the long budget amendment and long budget process.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee meets at 1:30 in LSB-A for 3 Senate bills, 35, 68, and 12, and again tomorrow at 1:30 for one bill, 1232. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hartsick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've received permission to be absent this Friday, the 17th. Thank you.
So approved. Representative Froelich.
Members, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am issuing a friendly challenge to our collective body. Today is Pi Day. I have memorized pi to 3 decibels, 3.14594. All right, Representative Brown, you are challenged to come down here.
Do we have
I don't know,
someone?
maybe if you're a calculus professor, you might know more digits. Let's see, give us, no, come on.
The only thing we need to know about Pi Day is whipped cream, strawberry
Yes,
rhubarb.
the prizes are in the break room.
Representative Brown.
I'll do my best. 3.14159265. I think that's it. That's all I know. 898. There you go. That's it. One.
Representative Weissman. The microphone is yours. He refuses. Representative Tatone.
I'm not going to recite pi, but I did want to point out it's Albert Einstein's birthday today, too. One of the greatest scientists we've ever had on this planet. So,
Thank you so much.
Extra reason to celebrate.
Any additional announcements or introductions? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I have to announce is so much less interesting than either pi or the theory of relativity. But under the rules, I need to announce today's judiciary calendar, which is as follows. We will hear House Bill 1032, followed by Senate Bill 74, followed by the last one is House Bill 1159. We are not hearing 1214 today. That is being reset to a later time. So again, 1032, Senate Bill 74, House Bill 1159. Thank you, and enjoy some pie.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to let everyone know there is pie in the kitchen, an assortment of pies. Please help yourself.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, heads up, no meeting upon adjournment, but we are meeting at 1:30 to hear House Bill 1142 and 1160. See you there at 1:30.
Thank you. Representative Holtorf, taking the pie challenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Esteemed colleagues and friends, I stand before you to take the pie challenge today. You see, in eastern Colorado, when you talk about pie, you talk about pumpkin pie, blueberry pie, strawberry pie, cherry pie, cow pie, and many other pies. If you think about Thanksgiving, if you think about Christmas, strawberry pie, rhubarb, strawberry pie. Anyway, when you talk about pie, that's where my mind goes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Rep. Holtorf. Seeing no additional announcements and introductions, Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1018.
Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, we will be proceeding out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1018. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1018.
House Joint Resolution 1018 by Representatives Bacon and Gonzalez-Gutierrez, also Senators Buckner and Danielson, concerning the designation of March 14th, 2023 as Equal Pay Day in Colorado and in connection therewith, acknowledging the persistent problem of wage disparity.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. We are delighted to bring this resolution before our chamber. We would like today to recognize the work that we are doing to eliminate the wage gap between men and women. And as part of a legislative body where the majority is women, I think all the sisters in here know what I'm talking about. All morning I had the song, "Anything you can do, I can do." I'm not gonna do that to y'all, that's okay. But I'd like to just say how proud I am to be a part of this body where we're not only a majority, but we can put very important topics like this on the table. So I just wanted to share with you a little bit of facts about Colorado in regards to this issue, but also pay homage to those who came before us. So first, I'd like to recognize Senator Polly Baca and Representative Ari Taylor, who put this issue to the forefront 39 years ago. I'd also like to recognize, last night we lost Pat Schroeder. I'm not sure, that just unfortunately popped up in our news feed. But we want to celebrate the women who have put their blood, sweat, and tears into the health of Colorado, who have said that women deserve to earn as much as their male counterparts for the same work. So in Colorado, we know that 10% of women live below the federal poverty level as compared to 8.8% of men. We also know that women are heads of household. In the Black community, 27.8% of women are head of household. In the Latino community, 27.5% of women are head of household. And for our white community, 14.8% of women are head of household. And then when we talk about women who have had a household with children under the age of 6, 37.6% of women. And so every penny that we earn is critical, not only to our families, but the livelihood of communities. And so just want to share, each year Colorado women are typically paid this much less than their male counterparts. If you're Latina, you make $27,974 less. If you're African American, $23,419 less. Native American, $27,771 less. And for our white colleagues and women, $16,430 less. That translates into, respectively, 17 less months, 14 less months, 17 and 10 less months of health care that they can pay for. 2.3, 2.0, 2.3, and 1.4 less years of child care that they can pay for. And paying off student loan debts. Paying off student loan debts. 1.3, 1.5, 1.3, and 2.2. That's how many years that are taken away from them for being able to pay for that, because that's how much they earn less. So I'm going to hand it over to my co-sponsor, then I'd like to come back and recognize our guests. But again, I am proud to be a part of a state that has put forward work actually ahead of other state legislatures to say this is something that can and should be addressed. We value our women employees. They help our communities and economies thrive. And today, we further submit a commitment to that.
And Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez, I'll ask you to move the resolution.
Oh.
All good.
You got it?
Right there.
I move
Assistant Majority Leader.
House Joint Resolution 1018. And we had it read. And ask that is read at length. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, would you like to read our resolution?
Whereas 58 years after the passage of the Equal Pay Act of 1963 and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, people who identify as women, trans women, gender-expansive people, and women of color continue to suffer the consequences of being paid less than men for doing the same work. And whereas, according to a report released in 2023 by the Women's Foundation of Colorado and the Institute for Women's Policy Research, Colorado women earn just 83 cents on the dollar compared to their male counterparts. And whereas, based on its 2018 research, the Institute for Women's Policy Research estimates that women in Colorado will not receive equal pay until 2057 if progress continues at the same rate as it has since 1960. And whereas the wage gap is not only discernible by gender, but also by race, ethnicity, and other intersections of identity. And whereas we recognize that the problem of pay disparity impacts different communities across the state more significantly. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Women's Equal Pay Day is May 3rd. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander women are paid 75 cents for every dollar paid to white men. LGBTQIA+ Equal Pay Awareness Day is June 15th. LGBTQIA+ women are paid 69 cents for every dollar paid to white men. Moms Equal Pay Day is September 8th. Moms are paid 58 cents for every dollar paid to dads. Black Women's Equal Pay Day is September 21st. Black women are paid 58 cents for every dollar paid to white men. Latina Women's Equal Pay Day is October 8th. Latina women are paid 54 cents for every dollar paid to white men. And Native Women's Equal Pay Day is November 30th. Native women are paid 51 cents for every dollar paid to white men. And whereas, based on analysis from the National Women's Law Center on today's wage gap, over the course of a 40-year career, a white woman will lose $519,160. An Asian woman will lose $620,560. A black woman will lose $949,680. A Latin woman will lose $1,182,080. And a Native American woman will lose $1,089,960. And whereas a lifetime of lower pay means women have less income to save for retirement and less income counted in a Social Security or pensions benefit formula. And whereas earnings for full-time workers tend to increase with age, though earnings increase more slowly after age 45 and even decrease after age 55. The gender pay gap also grows with age. And differences among older workers are often considerably larger than differences among younger workers. And whereas there exists a strong business and public interest case for equal pay for equal work. And whereas equal pay would cut the Colorado poverty rate for working women from 8% to 4.6%, which would reduce their poverty rate by 42.4%. And for single mothers, the poverty rate would be lowered from 23.7% to 12.6%, which would reduce their poverty rate by 46.8%. And whereas equal pay policies can be implemented simply and without undue costs or hardships in both the public and private sectors. And whereas closing the pay gap between men and people who identify as women, trans women, gender-expansive people, and women of color strengthens the security of families and eases future retirement costs while enhancing the Colorado economy by raising gross domestic product by $10.72 billion. And whereas Tuesday, March 14th, 2023 is the day chosen to symbolize the time of year in which the average wages paid to American women begin to catch up to the wages paid to American men from the previous year for the same work. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado House of Representatives and Senate, proclaim Tuesday, March 14th, 2023 to be Equal Pay Day in the state of Colorado, and urge governmental agencies, nonprofit and labor organizations, businesses, and individuals to take steps to implement equal pay policies to help close the pay gap for Colorado's women and minorities.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, please be seated, and everyone in the chamber, please feel free to be seated. We'll ask you all to stand up again later. Members, and I want to thank Representative Bacon, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, for bringing this alongside with me. I know that many of us work extremely hard in this chamber. And I'm not just talking about the legislators, I'm talking about all the staff, everyone that makes this building operate. And I have to say that I know the women in this chamber, again, including everyone, not just legislators, you all work really hard. We all know that you're not only worrying about your bills and, when you got to get to committee and you got to present your bill and staff are, writing our committee reports and our amendments and doing all this work, we got a lot of other things on our mind, too. And I know that's true of every single one of you in this room today. And oftentimes we are unseen, underappreciated, and certainly underpaid. And we are the labor that props up this country and this economy. We heard the disparities that exist, the intersectionalities that exist when it comes to the lack of equal pay and pay discrimination for many folks in our country. And I just have to say that I wish that we actually had Equal Pay Day on November 30th. Because that is Indigenous Women's Equal Pay Day. And so if we are, truly honoring the issue of equal pay, then we should be looking at who is the most behind with that respect. We know that this can be attributed to occupational segregation, labor market discrimination, and caretaking responsibilities that might force us to need more advanced scheduling or to off-ramp careers or even temporarily leave. People who identify as women of color are overrepresented in low-wage jobs and are less likely to negotiate higher pay with an employer. And we saw during the pandemic, who left the workforce? Women. Overall workforce participation among women reverted back to levels not seen since the 80s. So we quite literally rolled back 40 years of progress. We know that strong equal pay laws don't just benefit women and their families. Our whole economy will directly benefit from further strengthening our current equal pay laws. If Colorado were to achieve pay equity, it would add $9.8 billion to our economy. We're always talking about economic growth. There is one way to do it. On, just as a personal level, what pay equity means for women, I know women like me, because I do work more than one job. It means working one job instead of several. It means more time with our kids and loved ones. It means more flexibility, more stability, and less stress, better health. It means more dollars in the pockets of hard-working Coloradans to cover our basic expenses and have a bit left over for savings, and maybe, to do something fun with your family. Equal pay is crucial to addressing gender inequity in Colorado. The current pace of progress is glacial and untenable. We must actively work to address structural and systemic barriers to achieve parity. Women and their families can't afford to wait 2 centuries, because that's what we just heard, right? That it can take nearly 200 years to be able to close this pay gap. And I guess what I want to end on here is I would like all of the women in the room to please stand. Staff, legislators, guests, would love to see you all stand. Can we look around the room and look at these amazing women? Look how full this room is. And this is beautiful. So I want to give all of you a round of applause for the work that you do every day. And I will turn it back over to Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. I just think women are so cool. So, members, I'd just like to introduce our guests to you. We have the Equal Pay Day participants from the Women's Foundation of Colorado, the Colorado Women's Bar Association, Colorado Fiscal Institute, A Better Balance, as well as the Energy Resource Center. I'd like to introduce to you Crystal Goldstein, Elizabeth Gillette, Ellen Trackman, Emma Garrison, Caitlin Altone, Kaylee Casel, Kim Sporer, Lauren Castile, Lisa Christie, Mariana Diaz, Matt Fender, and Sophie Shea. Please welcome our guests and thank them for their fight. And lastly, if you would like to show your support for equal pay for equal work, please let us know. Our guests in the back have really great buttons and some information to share with you. Again, members, we want to thank you for this time, thank you for the recognition, and thank you for your commitment on behalf of the state of Colorado. We hope you support the resolution.
Thank you, members. The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1018. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Woodrow, that'll be a $7 fine. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 15 no, and 3 excused, House Joint Resolution 1018 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, next on the calendar is General Orders second reading. I am not seeing our chair. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon will take the chair.
You ready? It's on already. Sorry. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading of bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed only if we bring the noise down a little. And I didn't think anybody heard that. All right. You ready? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. I move House Bill 1171 to the end of the calendar.
Hold on. Members, there's a motion on the floor, and can we bring the noise down a little bit? Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. House Bill 1171 will be moved to the end of the calendar, end of the general orders calendar. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. I'd like to lay over Senate Bill 110 until March 15th.
Thank you. Senate Bill 110 will be laid over until March 15th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1196 until Thursday, March 16th.
House Bill 1196 will be laid over until Thursday, March 16th.
Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title. I believe it's Senate Bill 78.
Senate Bill 78 by Senators Fields and Van Winkle, also Representatives Judah and Lynch, concerning warranty reimbursements made by a motor vehicle manufacturer to motor vehicle dealers.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 78.
To the bill. Representative Joda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the bill is quite simple. Colorado consumers expect automobile manufacturers to stand behind the quality of their product and honor their warranty obligations. When a warranty repair is necessary, the consumer rightfully expects the work to be completed by qualified technicians at their local auto dealer under the terms of the warranty they received when they purchased the vehicle. In 2018, the Colorado General Assembly passed SB 219, establishing the process and safeguards to ensure that the manufacturers pay a fair market rate in accordance with the statutory formula designed to accurately determine the fair market rate. SB 78 amends the 2018 legislation to remove substantially different language and an ambiguous and overboard reasonableness standard. SB 78 retains to objective standards and safeguards necessary for the dealer to substantiate a legitimate change in the fair market rate.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an encouraging bill, and I mentioned this in committee because this is an opportunity for we saw legislation go into effect and watched it as it went into effect and then went back and made changes to it that made it more effective. So this is not only good for consumers, but this is good for workers that are working in the automobile industry, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 78. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1191.
House Bill 1191 by Representative English, also Senator Fields, concerning prohibiting corporal punishment of children in certain public settings.
Rep. English.
I move House Bill 1191.
The bill is properly moved. Please, to the bill.
Okay. I just want to first, for you all who haven't read this bill, I just want to give you the summary and tell you why this bill, tell you what the issue is and what the solutions are that we're proposing. And this bill prohibits a person employed by or volunteering in a public school, a state licensed child care center, a family child care home, or a specialized group facility from imposing corporal punishment on a child. The bill defines corporal punishment as the willful infliction of willfully causing the infliction of physical pain on a child. The issue is corporal punishment is linked to a range of negative outcomes for children across countries and cultures, including physical and mental ill health, impaired cognitive and social emotional development, poor educational outcomes, increased aggression, and perpetration of violence. During the 2011-2012 school year, the United States Department of Education found 485 self-reported instances of Colorado school districts administering corporal punishment. The main issue is no statutory provisions exist outlawing or permitting corporal punishment of traditional public school students. The solution is the bill prohibits an employee or volunteer from imposing corporal punishment on a child in public school, state licensed child care center, family child care home, or specialized group facility, which is inclusive to charter schools as well. School districts are required to add the prohibition on corporal punishment to their conduct and discipline codes. The Department of Early Childhood is required to incorporate the prohibition on corporal punishment into its child care licensing rules. And this bill is important because clearly there isn't anything outlawing it or permitting it. And by this being in statute, it would ban this. And that's why this bill is important to me. And I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a question vis-a-vis the definition of corporal punishment. It includes the willful, thank you. The bill's definition of corporal punishment includes the willful causing of the infliction of physical pain on a child. The reason I understand the concept of willful infliction of physical pain, right? Like slapping, hitting, all of that. I get that. What I'm wanting to understand and just more fully flesh out is what does it mean to willfully cause the infliction of physical pain? And the reason that I bring this up is because I do know some teachers who would say, you're disrupting my English class, you're disrupting my math class, drop and give me 10 push-ups. That could, for some students, be the infliction of physical pain, depending on how strong they are. Is that what you're contemplating here, or is there something else that's being contemplated by causing the infliction of? Because I mean, presumably, I would hope that no teacher is asking another student to inflict corporal punishment. So I understand if that's what you're trying to, what you're trying to get at. But if you could just clarify that, what you intend by that. Thank you. Oh, okay, well then maybe should I just continue to talk? I will continue to talk while you work on an answer. So I will tell you a personal story of when I was in the marching band in high school. My clarinet partner, who always stood over here, she and I often would talk during marching band when we weren't supposed to. And so the common form of discipline that was employed by our drum major or our band instructor were okay. Can we hear now? Wonderful. Were push-ups. And I will tell you that I have never had stronger arms than after my freshman and sophomore years in high school because of the number of push-ups that I had to do. And it sounds like I don't need to filibuster any longer. So thank you guys for finding an answer.
Rep. Bacon, Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And the question was about willful infliction. And so we are setting up that standard. We also had discussion on this when we brought an amendment in committee to kind of clarify that we expect, along with what we see in this language across the country, there are about 30 states, maybe a little bit less, who actually have banned corporal punishment. And the explanation of this is what is not only unreasonable, but there is an intent to inflict it. And that's typically where you see willful in statute around particular criminal crimes. And so the purpose of this statute is to say that punishment, not only that is beyond reasonable or commiserate with kind of the space. We had an amendment in committee to say, for example, exceeds what is reasonable for athletic events, as an example, is the infliction of corporal punishment. The term corporal punishment also includes to inflict pain. So for example, in other states, if you were asking a child to write a sentence on a board 400 times, and that can inflict pain in their arm. If you ask for excessive standing in sports, it is pushing themselves beyond, we've heard the vomiting scenarios and whatnot. Again, the floor is reasonable, and it also includes an intent to either cause pain or cause, we brought an amendment, but it didn't pass, for example, even mental health or emotional harm. So that would mean if you know a child is resistant to something, but you willfully keep poking them, knowing that, that would be considered corporal punishment.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. So just by way of follow-up, so as a teacher, then the expectation would be that I apportion any sort of discipline to each individual child, because that's a very subjective standard. If John is not keen on doing push-ups, but Joe is, then I have to be, so I can't actually give them the same punishment even if they've just committed the same offense in my classroom, in which case does that not create a potential view of unfairness and disparity amongst the kids, because this one had to do 10 push-ups, but this one only had to run around the classroom 10 times? Like, what does that look like in practice for our teachers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Different bodies do have different thresholds of pain, but for me, any intention to harm a child and bring physical pain, especially in a school setting, is just not okay. Either way we try to spin it, inflicting physical pain to a child in a school setting is not okay. And this is why this bill is important to me. Everyone's level of pain is different and what that looks like, and I still ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this discussion. I really do appreciate it as I just try to work this out in my head based on what I saw in my own classroom. I understand our desire to, and I believe it's a just desire to avoid what is, I think, the traditional understanding of corporal punishment, right? I do struggle with the idea that we shouldn't expose our children in any way, shape, or form to any form of pain, because the world is full of pain. And so I think that there's a difference between knowing that 10 push-ups might result in some discomfort, but it may also change a poor behavior to a good behavior, and the outcome of that good behavior will allow the student to flourish. If we're not able to come into conflict, to come into some sort of stand against that bad behavior, then presumably that bad behavior is going to continue, and then we're going to find ourselves in a worse situation, and that student's going to have worse outcomes. And again, I'm just reminded of my own students, wherein I had very high standards in my classroom, and there was a time in which my students felt like it was too hard, and if we had not, sorry, I want to make sure that our conversation continues well. There were times in my classroom when the standards the students felt were too hard, that it was painful. Miss Luck, this is too rough. This is too much. And so I saw my job as helping them to overcome those points of pain, right? Those points of difficulty, that points of struggle. And then when they did do that, then it opened them up to a whole new level of possibility, right? It was they hit that wall, and then we worked through the wall, and they came out of it. And so the idea that we don't want them to experience any kind of pain, I think, is counterproductive to what I've seen. I don't obviously want to, I mean, it's just hard. Like, how do you draft this in such a way to capture what you want to capture, which is excessive force and abuse and that type of corporal punishment, but then leave out all of those tools that teachers have that could actually help students to really learn how to fail forward, to learn in a safe space the difficulties of life, so that when they're 18 and now on their own and they lose their job or they come into these places of conflict and pain, they have the tools within them to walk through that, to persevere through that, because they've seen it before. And so I just don't want to bind teachers' hands in this way. So if you guys can just continue to help me understand, like, practically, what does this look like in a classroom? And are we capturing what we want to capture while leaving out the parts that we don't?
First, I just want to be clear on this, that this is not policy, this is statute. And we expect every school district to set policy around what corporal punishment looks like. And as a school board director on the Board of Education, previously or currently, there are different policies that each district sets. So what that would look like would be determined by each respective school district. But again, this will just be in statute, and the school districts would have to set policy. And there would have to be a whole court case and everything. So we're just simply setting in statute that this is something that's not okay. And then the school districts, which the Colorado Association of School Boards, they have a whole policy around what corporal punishment actually looks like. So I would suggest or recommend, for more clarity, that you all go to the website or find Matt Cook. He's always in here, because each district will set that policy, but this is statute, not policy. Thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Puglisi, Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Luck, I shared your concerns in committee, and so I kind of want to talk through a little bit about what happened in committee. Good. Okay. When this bill first came and I was reading it, I said, oh my gosh, are we still beating kids in school? Like, I didn't even know that's like something we need to be talking about. And I talked to the bill sponsor about it, and I was amazed during committee how many texts I received from people saying, we've had this issue in some of our schools. Because I went to Catholic school, and they weren't beating kids when I was in Catholic school. But I do want to talk through some of the amendments, I think, Representative Luck, that would address these concerns. So some of the amendments that did not make it on, they failed in committee for exactly the same things you're talking about. Talked about emotional or mental harm in addition to physical harm. And I said, well, how do we define that? Because I have a very sensitive child, and everything makes her cry, which we struggle with at home. But I understand how that could be difficult for more sensitive children, and wanted to make sure that wasn't included in corporal punishment. And that was voted down. And then there was a concern from Representative Holdorf about athletics and sports and push-ups and physical pain and what that threshold level was. And that was also not very well defined. And so because of that, we voted that down as well in committee. So the bill, as it currently stands, is really just focused on physical pain. And I feel very strongly that, and I think we all do, that nobody wants anyone to lay their hand on their child, and especially special needs children that might have some more issues. We want to make sure we're handling them appropriately, but we want to also make sure that we're protecting children in schools. The Colorado Association of School Boards, I talked to them because I was like, I don't understand, is this happening? Like, what is going on? And he said it's not happening. However, he does understand the need to put this in statute, and they did not testify in opposition. And so I think that I agree with you 100% and had those same concerns in committee. I felt like the bill sponsor very adequately addressed it along with her witnesses, and then the research that I did even after committee before today states that this is probably good policy to have in statute. And so I supported it in committee and continue to support it without the amendments that were introduced in committee that were voted down. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is helpful. I still have a few questions. So this language, if I understood you correctly, did it come from other states that have employed this, and we have some sort of because I'm not challenging you on the idea of corporal punishment. I just am struggling with this language because I don't think it's clear. And I understand that our school districts will create policies around this, but we have to give clear direction. And there's no sense in us not fleshing this out here and now and causing them to have to go through the courts and expend the dollars, or the parents and families who may be the ones who are bringing those cases to not only expend the dollars, but the emotional capacity that it would take to go through the courts to define more fully what this actually entails. So to the degree possible that we can actually flesh out what is meant by willfully causing the infliction of, as opposed to willful infliction of. Willful infliction, I'm a teacher, I hit a kid, that's clear. Willfully causing the infliction of, I think, is a much more opaque kind of terminology, and I just would like clarifications a little bit more before I'm comfortable with that particular phrase.
Rep. English.
So again, to my colleagues, we're talking about the willful intent to cause harm. And we are one of 23 states to where we don't have anything in statute to prevent this from happening. So again, I ask for a yes vote.
One more follow-up. And I should know this, but forgive me for the state of mind I'm presently in. I can't bring it up. I can't recall it. Willful in law, to me, that's a lower bar than like intentional. And we don't have the word intentional here. We just have willful. So I can willfully say you have to give 10 push-ups. That was willful, and it may result in pain. So I'm just, if once the conversation is finished over here, if the definition can be reminded, I can be reminded of that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Rep. English.
Is the mic on? Is your mic on?
Okay. Rep. Bacon.
So I'm going to answer a few of your questions. The Office of Civil Rights nationally that collects data on this issue, they define for the data that they collect, the civil rights data collection defines corporal punishment as paddling, spanking, or other forms of physical punishment imposed on a child. Willful does show up. I was pulling up the state in which that shows up in statute. But again, I wanted to share that we are putting in a statutory level of culpability to which one has to prove in court. So it's not necessarily as strictly defined. Willful, intentional, negligent, it's in the same category. You know, negligent broadly means you should have known, right? Along with recklessness. Willful means you have to have an intent to do so. So the way the statute is written, it says you have to willfully cause pain, which means someone is going to have to show that you intended to cause pain, not intended to make someone practice, not intended to build stamina, not intended to help people, build up mental prowess. So for the court level statute and the court level of culpability in which you have to show, which is either by judge or jury, is that someone has to prove that you intentionally wanted to cause pain. Not, and discipline doesn't by default mean pain, right? So the only reason why I'm adding this is because there is a different level as well between a policy versus statute. The statute is written broader so that you can go to court and make a case, whereas policy would probably be a little bit more prescriptive per whatever school district wants to create it. I also wanted to be able to read to you the CASB model policy so you can hear a little bit of the difference. Sorry about this. Okay? The CASB is the Colorado Association of School Boards, and their model policy is this. And as we heard in committee, not every school district has a policy on corporal punishment either. There was one school district that our witness said until it's required in statute, we will not have one. Typically, when a statute is created, school districts create an R policy, which is a regulatory policy that has their own version and wiggle room to meet the floor set by statute. So CASB's model policy is to maintain a safe learning environment. District employees may, within the scope of their employment and consistent with state law, use physical intervention and restraint with students in accordance with this policy and accompanying regulation. Such actions shall not be considered child abuse or corporal punishment if performed in good faith and in compliance with this policy. I think also, so I wanted to be able to share there too, that school districts also, it's in their interest to understand the difference between discipline and corrective actions versus intending to cause someone pain. And so I think that's the best way we can describe what we're putting into baseline statutory language. I will also continue to find some of the other state language, if that helps. Okay.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Halter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the surface, this particular statute sounds really good. Who wants children to be punished, beaten, harmed? Because it's all about the children. But there are some things that should not be in the red books, Colorado Revised Statutes. Most people that come here often don't think about that. They think about what they can put in the red books. They want to champion that, and the volumes grow and grow with more pages. But I will tell you, and I want everybody to understand why I cannot support this bill, and it's not because I don't care about children. I will tell you, in my grandparents' day, the mantra of spare the rod and spoil the child held true. Were they wrong? In many cases, no. In some cases, perhaps. In a few cases, yes. Now, as we put this into statute, I feel for the school systems, I feel for the school boards, I feel for the school teachers. Those that will bear the brunt of this statutory addition have just been mentioned. Now I'm going to start from the bottom and work up. Many of you have been school teachers. I have not. But I have been one of those students. Unruly, ill-disciplined. Now they call it ADD, ADSD, BGD, ADD, DD, BD. I'll let you dissect that. If you want to go over it, you can come to my desk. But it's called being a kid, a spastic little kid that wants to be outside and run like a wild Indian. It's true. And nobody wants that kid to be beaten or harmed.
Rep. Halter, could you speak to the bill?
I am. Being beaten or harmed would fall right under corporal punishment of children, and I will continue with my dialogue, and I will reference that every time, Madam Chair. Thank you. This is to the bill. It may be an uncomfortable conversation, but it is to the bill. And it's not difficult for me to stand up and do this, trust me. Now, with respect to liability to the schools, to the school boards, to the school staff and administration, this will create more liability, more legal challenges, more attorney's fees, And those costs will go up. Unintended consequences of seemingly benign statutory revision. But the school teachers that have to keep discipline in those classrooms, and sometimes discipline requires some level of punishment. For the kid that was told to put his nose in the corner because he was disruptive, now he can cry foul. My legs hurt. You're hurting me. I can't do this. This is painful. Like my colleague who came up here who was a school teacher that says you need to do 10 push-ups. Now 10 push-ups might be corporal punishment of children because it hurts my arms to do 10 push-ups. I can only do 2, or maybe I can't do any because physical activity is painful, particularly as you exert yourself. For those of us that have ran and trained for different athletic events, you have to push yourself, and yes, it hurts. I have a daughter that's a school teacher. She has to keep discipline in the classroom. But what if you take more tools out of the toolbox? Or what if you create the condition where now they fear even more for their job because now instead of just being in policy, now it's statutory. Classroom misbehavior is not going to change. Do children need discipline? Yes. Are there certain methods of punishment that need to be done to children so they do gain a greater level of discipline? Yes. Should it fall under the definitions of this statute and be statutory? I say no. Thank you, and that's why I cannot support this bill.
Any further discussion? Rep. Bradley. Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think many of you know I spent nearly 30 years in the classroom, and I get to the place where I know that there are many well-meaning people who believe that they have the answer for education's woes. But so many of these so-called solutions come from naivety, inexperience, never been there, don't know what it's like, haven't lived a week in a classroom, haven't had unruly kids, well-meaning, well-intended, but end up with an opposite effect. I believe that is the case with this bill. I don't think this is a bill that we need to enact. There already is policy. School districts can create their own policy. We as a body do not have to take on everything. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support the intent of the bill because at this point, I don't think I support the intent of the bill. But this goes to kind of a personal adage that there's no problem the government can't make with it works with a solution. As noted, this is handled in policy and can be expanded in policy where schools feel it is a problem. And these things should be handled at local level, closest to what we have, or used to have, as the individual sovereign citizen, as the individual sovereign family. Discipline differs from punishment. I understand that. Discipline just means making a disciple. It's teaching, it's continual, it's 24/7. So discipline is 24/7. Punishment is a subset of discipline because pain is a primal motivator. You learn via pain. I watched this when my kids were little. They used to love to run under the table. That was great fun. And then they kept growing. And then they hit their head on the table, and they stopped running under the table. Telling them to stop running under the table didn't do anything, but pain stopped them because it's a primal motivator. And sometimes it's best to experience an artificial or synthetic consequence before it's permanent. Because there are too many adults in our jail system right now that are experiencing lifelong consequences because they did not experience the synthetic consequences. So while I appreciate the intent, because I know the intent is to preclude abuse, I think what we would call in the Air Force mission creep, or in the military in general, mission creep, where a bill like this just next year it can be amended a little bit more, then we can know the little amendment, and we've cracked the door to putting this into statute instead of keeping it in policy where it is best dealt with at the local level. And we're bringing everything up here to the body of the nanny state. And we're telling everybody in the state that we know best how to run their lives. And that is a very dangerous form of tyranny. We need to allow localities to handle their issues. Yes. We need localities to handle their issues. We need to allow this to stay in policy. We need not to meddle in the lives of our citizens. Granted, these are public schools. That might be a reason against public schools, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about local control. We need to move our government back down to local control instead of continually pulling everything back up to us. Because I guarantee the 65 opinions that we have in here are hardly comprehensive. So, while I appreciate the intent of protecting kids from abuse, I'm going to vote against this bill because it is an abuse of local control.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this bill? Seeing none, the motion before you is the passage of House Bill 1191. All those who are in favor say aye. All those who oppose say no. The ayes have it. 1191 is passed. Members, I want to remind you that in the well, we're not going to tolerate language around talking about kids as wild Indians, spastic. Some of that debate, just the words and things that were used were just not appropriate, and we won't tolerate that in the well. Please remember as you debate. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of SB 23057.
Senate Bill 57 by Senator Rich, also Representative Taggart, concerning the removal of the duty of county treasurers to be ex officio district treasurers for special purpose districts providing drainage and irrigation services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
I would like to move SB 23057.
So moved. Bill.
To the bill. Just as a summary, this bill removes the ex officio duty from the county treasurers across the state by creating a role of a district treasurer within the Board of Directors for drainage districts and irrigation districts in particular. And the bill as well removes the current provision on how counties are compensated for the work that they do in collecting the assessments for these particular districts. And that changes, and the Senate did amend this to change that formula to 1/4%. And that's about it on this particular bill. Fairly straightforward. And in this particular case, the county treasurers, just so you know, have not been providing this role to districts for quite a period of time. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us, or the question before us, is the passage of Senate Bill 057. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 57 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1009.
House Bill 1009 by Representative Lindsay, also Senator Moreno, concerning measures to improve services for students who use substances.
Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an
I move HB 1009 and the Education and Appropriation Education and Appropriation Committee reports.
Motions have been properly moved to the education report, or the appropriations report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, J01 was added, 001 was added, which simply formalizes the appropriation reflected in the fiscal note.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The appropriations report passes to the education report. Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be displayed. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the amendment is properly displayed. Please discuss, Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you. This amendment was just some continued stakeholding. It clarifies further the definition of school mental health professional, which will mean licensed special services providers with a school counselor endorsement. It also adds 2 additional committee members to this committee. Apparently, this is a hot ticket and people want to get in on the action. So we're adding CDPHE and Department of Human Services, 1 member who represents the Office of Children, Youth, and Families, and 1 member who represents the Prevention Services Division within CDPHE.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriation, on the amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion passes. All right. To the bill, to the education report. Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Education Committee, we added a couple of amendments that clarify the definition of school counselor, clarify the definition of secondary school to include middle school, clarify the definition of substance use, and added an additional 2 experts to the committee, 2 school nurses to the committee, and also clarified the need for early interventions addressing early use, light use, and for any use for that matter, as well as interventions targeting heavy use and substance use disorders.
Is there any further discussion or amendments to the report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the education report, all as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. To the bill, Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Substance use is abuse is pervasive among Colorado youth, as the rates of marijuana, alcohol, cigarette, vape, and illicit drug use among youth are higher than the national and regional rates. Schools currently lack adequate, uniform substance abuse intervention programs. Many substance abuse programs used in schools currently and in the past are aimed at prevention rather than intervention. And while prevention is necessary, intervention is also key, and there is no established systemic uniform approach that all schools in the state of Colorado could use. HB 1009 creates a committee of 18 that includes students, teachers, mental health professionals, school nurses, licensed medical professionals, administrators, parents, guardians, and experts, people who are on the ground who face these issues daily in both rural and non-rural areas, working together to develop a unified practice that could be implemented at schools around the state. They would support this, submit this report and their recommendations to the Department of Ed, which would then distribute the information to all superintendents and leaders of charter schools.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move L004 to HB 1009 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. This is your standard petition clause to replace the safety clause, because the safety clause is being badly abused. And how do we know that this is not a safety issue? Well, the safety issue, and we need to give our constituents the opportunity, even if rarely used, to appeal these bills. And we also need to make sure that the safety clause is used appropriately when it is for the immediate health, safety, and welfare. This bill, again, well-intentioned, it talks about something that is pretty much already in place, something that has revolutionized substance use treatment. So this is not questioning whether substance use treatment needs to be dealt with in schools. It probably does. But how do we know that this is the bill to do it? What is the program here? It discussed as a screening, a brief intervention, and a referral methodology. Well, that's hardly a methodology. That's just a screening. That's just identifying somebody that has a substance use issue. There are legality issues around that. There are voluntary issues around that. But is this an emergency? Is this emergent for the immediate health, safety, and welfare of our community? And what we're talking about is establishing, we're not talking about whether we need to implement something that has been found to revolutionize substance abuse treatment. Excuse me. We're talking about developing. We're talking about getting together a group of people to develop. So if this is an emergency, if this is an emergent situation, where is the solution? There is no solution. This is not emergent. If it's not emergent, it's not an appropriate use of the clause. If you go to page 4, line 15 and 16, it discusses that the committee shall develop a practice or identify or modify an existing practice. And it's also talking about the persons on this committee, they can serve without compensation or per diem. So this committee can be formed without legislation. This committee can be formed without legislation to put this in place, not to put this in place, but to say this is what we want to put in place. This is what we will put in place. This is what works. We've gone through the state. So this is another one of those bills it's more of a blank check than a bill. That we can just say, we're going to empower a group of 18 individuals, unnamed, unidentified at this point, and tell them that we are going to put them in charge of making a program that we in this body have already approved. That we've already approved. We've already said in advance that you can do this. This is not It's not a matter of questioning the intent, because until we see what program they've approved, that we've approved, we can't tell if it violates the charter of this body, which are the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Colorado Constitution. We're just saying, put this in motion. We're putting in motion. And then we're pre-approving it. So while the idea is sound, the problem is definitely worth addressing. Rubber stamping it in advance of seeing the solution is not responsible governance, nor is it an emergency. So I'm going to ask for the first part that we strike the safety clause, because this is not an emergent issue, that we recognize that it is not an emergent issue, and we recognize that this is something that needs to be removed. So let's see, I guess I would say I ask that we approve the replacement of the clause. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I urge an aye vote on Amendment L004. Thank you.
Okay. The question before us is the passage of the amendment L004 to HB 1009. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, members. Vote yes. I urge an aye vote on 10009.
Okay. So seeing that is there any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
I'd like to say thank you very much. I will still have to vote no, because I would like to see the legislation that we're approving, that we're looking to approve beforehand. But I very much appreciate the sponsor removing the safety clause and putting in the petition clause on this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 10009. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 10009 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1024.
House Bill 1024 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Epps, also Senator Exum, concerning measures to increase family resiliency through providing greater supports and protections for children placed with kin, including relatives.
Madam Chair, we move HB 1024, the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
It's been properly moved to the Appropriations report. Rep. Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in appropriations, funds were appropriated to the Department of Human Services for use by the Division of Child Welfare. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report, the passage of the appropriations report, the House Bill 1024. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is passed. To the Public Behavioral Health report. Rep. Epps.
Colleagues, the amendments adopted in committee reflect months of deep stakeholding on 1024. They clarify the time frame and parameters of intervention under Colorado law, which was long overdue, and they refine language to better support our children, our families, our relatives, and our kin. The bill as amended received unanimous support in committee, was referred bipartisanly 11-0, and we ask for an aye vote on the Public Health Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Public Health and Behavioral report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Public and Behavioral Health Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Public and Behavioral Health Report passes. To the bill. Rep. Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are very appreciative that this bill did make it out of the committee unanimously. I think everyone recognizes that some of the benefits of relative and kin placement, and we've seen that studies conducted over the last 2 decades consistently show benefits for children placed with kin. It reduces trauma after removal by providing familiarity, continuity, and retention of familial ties. You see better mental health outcomes, fewer behavioral problems, and better social outcomes, better educational outcomes and educational stability, greater placement stability, and higher levels of permanency. We see stronger ties to the child's biological family and improved placement satisfaction for children and youth, including feelings of love and belonging.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Holtoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill came to public health, and I want to recognize the bill sponsors for identifying a very important issue and bringing forth a very good solution. As we heard, this bill sets kinship parents versus foster parents and levels the playing field for kinship families when oftentimes DHS supports the foster programs and foster parents over kinship parents. When you see a good one, you need to talk about it and point it out. We know the outcomes and those desires for those kids to be connected with their biological families and the value that pays dividends throughout their entire lives. So I just want to let everybody know that my caucus, at least in the committee, was 110% behind this, and I want to acknowledge the value that this bill brings. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Bradley.
Thank you. Rep. Holtorf beat me to the punch. I was also in public health, and this bill is amazing. The testimony that we heard, one person testified she had been placed 63 different times into foster care instead of with kinship. I want to recognize the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward. I think it's a great bill, and we support it 100%. Thanks so much.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us, Rep. Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, y'all, I just want to be real clear with you that HB 23-1024, what it does with all those pages, it ensures that when kids undergo that terrible moment of not being able to be safely with their own parents, that we prioritize making sure that they can safely stay with relatives and kin whenever possible. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1024. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1024 passes. Mr. Shebo? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1224 until Wednesday, March 15th.
House Bill 1224 will be laid over until March 15th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1225 until Wednesday, March 15th.
House Bill 1225 will be laid over until March 15th. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 23037.
Senate Bill 37 by Senator Cutter, also Representatives Judah and Bradfield, concerning requirements for solicitations related to the Secretary of State.
Rep. Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 37 and the committee report.
The committee report is properly moved to the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we simply added an amendment that we worked with stakeholders to help clarify the scope of the bill and address concerns about being inadvertently captured during the normal course of marketing or outreach. And we supported the amendment, and we made sure that it was thoughtfully done with stakeholders and the Secretary of State.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, yes? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Civic Military Veterans Affairs Report as amended to House Bill, to Senate 37. It wasn't amended? Oh. Okay. The question before us is the passage of the State Civic Military Veterans Affairs Report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The report is passed. To the bill, Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Office of the Secretary of State, Senator Cutter, and my co-prime, Representative Joda, and I have worked together to introduce a bill that will put meaningful restrictions on deceptive solicitations sent to businesses in Colorado. For example, business flyers, UCC filers, notaries, public, etc. And these deceptive solicitations are often deeply misleading by appearing as though they were sent from the government, and frequently scam flyers into paying unnecessary and exorbitant fees to a third party for business filings, which can be done directly through the Secretary of State.
Is there any further discussion?
Okay, we're done. Yeah.
No.
Nobody's saying.
Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 37. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 37 is passed as amended. Oh, wow, somebody just said. That's okay. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1171.
House Bill 1171 by Representatives Mabry and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning requiring just cause for the eviction of a tenant from a residential premises.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1171 and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
Reports have been properly moved to the report. Representative Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, we had a great hearing where we heard from tenants, housing advocates, and attorneys as to the importance of this policy. We did a great amount of stakeholder work with many groups and incorporated that feedback into 6 amendments that were ran in committee, which included addressing issues of excluding short-term rentals from the bill and defined a short-term rental as a residential premise available to rent for less than 30 days. We excluded accessory dwelling units and owner-occupied residences where they may rent out a portion of their home, like a room or a basement apartment, from the bill. We reinstated all of the current legally allowable reasons for eviction and current services of notice that is required. And we also added in a process and notice provision related to landlord entry that was created as a just cause reason in the bill. We added a provision for eviction of a holdover tenant who refuses to allow the landlord to enter, and a provision for eviction when a tenant refuses to sign a substantially similar lease and proper notice has been provided. We also clarified that in emergency situations, invoking the warranty of habitability supersedes the notice provisions for substantial renovations or repairs. And with that, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L16, which is a multi-page floor amendment, and I ask that it be displayed. However, it is a multi-page floor amendment that was delivered to everyone's desks last week.
So the amendment is in your bill folders, so if you need to see that. And to the amendment, please. Representative Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What L16 does is it amends the committee report and it adds a definition of mission-driven organizations to include public housing authorities or 501c3 organizations. It reduces the time period for notice for no-fault evictions, no-fault eviction reasons related to demolition or conversion, substantial renovation, and landlord or family member wanting to move into the property from 120 days to 90 days. It also removes the 120-day notice for a tenant residing in a property for 2 years, or 2 years or more if a landlord or family member wants to move into the property. It also removes the requirement that a tenant not be required to vacate for longer than 3 months for a substantial renovation. It creates a new just cause eviction for time-limited housing offered by mission-driven organizations. The amendment also provides exemptions to relocation assistance. The residential premises is not the tenant's primary residence. This also addresses the other piece that it addresses is whether or not a landlord can demonstrate the rental income after payment of the original mortgage, escrow, or HOA fees to the purchase of the property being rented is less than $6,500 a month, that would exempt them from the relocation assistance. And it also addresses that the landlord can provide substantially similar housing amenities to the tenant for a similar amount of time, and the tenant agrees to the agreement in lieu of relocation assistance. The last few things, and because this is a multi-page amendment, I just want to make sure I'm getting it all here clear on the record, Madam Chair. It also creates the notice and service process for a no-fault eviction for the landlord or family member to recover the premises and live in it. It also creates the notice and service process for a no-fault eviction when a landlord wants to convert the property to a short-term rental property. Members, L16 was a work of lots of stakeholding, which is why it is very extensive. However, because we have continued our work in stakeholding, we're going to make things exciting here. We do have a couple amendments to this multi-page amendment. And so with that, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L33 to Amendment L16 and ask that that be displayed.
Amendment 33 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Amendment L33 addressed something that did come up in committee regarding mobile home park owners. And so we are exempting owners of mobile homes from the bill since they are covered elsewhere. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L33 to Amendment L16.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, we're going to take a brief recess.
Why? We know.
The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of L33 as L33 to House Bill or to the committee to the amendment of L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. And may I say it's a complete honor to serve with you.
The honor is all mine. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an amendment to the aforementioned Amendment 16. And so I move L037 and ask that it be displayed.
L037 is displayed to the amendment. Rep. Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an amendment that we've worked with the sponsors on and some of the other stakeholders. It really clarifies the space, the timeline, dealing with landlords who wish to put their property up for sale, and puts the guardrails in to make sure that it comports with the intent of the bill, but really just clarifies how a landlord who wishes to sell their property is able to do so without running afoul of the other provisions of this bill. So I would ask for a yes vote. But I believe there's some other business to come.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I just wanted to echo what Representative Snyder had to say about this amendment L37. So this amendment is coming after very extensive stakeholding, working with Representative Snyder and the realtors to urge to ease some of their concerns with the legislation. I will flag that Rep. Gonzalez Gutierrez and I are trying to do a really good job making sure this bill works for all stakeholders. And just cause for eviction exists in 5 states in this country. This carve-out is one that will only exist in Colorado because we did hear the concerns of Representative Snyder and the realtors, and we urge an aye vote. However, there is an amendment coming to this amendment.
So the committee will take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, as you heard my colleagues say, and I want to thank Representative Snyder for working with us on this, as well as the realtors. We do urge an aye vote on Amendment L37 that is amending L16.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 37 to L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment 37 passes. To Amendment 16.
Taggart has amendments.
Any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 39 to Amendment L16.
That is a proper motion, and the motion is properly displayed.
Thank you very much.
Representative Taggart.
In this particular amendment, I would like to strike the entire relocation assistance section from the bill. And my rationale behind that is that in giving tenants 90 days notice on their lease is more than adequate, and relocation assistance is not needed. And I ask for an aye on this amendment.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have gone through some extensive stakeholding with our stakeholders to address any concerns for, mom and pop landlords. And so that is what we're doing in L16. I ask for a no vote on Amendment L39.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L039 to L16. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L039 fails. Representative Taggart.
Madam Chair, in light of that particular amendment, I'd like to move Amendment 46 to amend L16 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion, and the amendment has been displayed. To the amendment, Rep. Taggart.
This amendment changes things slightly to indicate that if a landlord does not make proper notification to the tenant within that 90-day period, that they're subject to that relocation assistance. But if they do it within the 90 days, again, that relocation assistance goes away.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we urge a no vote on this amendment. Again, as my co-prime sponsor, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, stated, we have, working with stakeholders, made sure that we've cut out all but the very largest landlords from the relocation assistance. And so this is something we felt like we've addressed, and we urge a no vote.
There's more discussion. Representative Soper.
Essie, thank you. So I just wanted to come down and address the Taggart amendment here. The reason why I really like this amendment is that if the landlord has, for example, given 90 days notice to the tenant, this would say they would be relieved of the moving assistance. And that's important because 90 days is a very long period of time for which notice is given. Any reasonable tenant should be able to go out and look for a new place to live within that time frame while their lease is finishing out within that 90 days. It's plenty of time. A landlord shouldn't then be on the hook after that notice to then pay for up to 90 days more to the tenant after they've left the premises and are now living somewhere else. So to me, this is a completely reasonable amendment. It's very fair, and I'm proud to support this. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. Well, the sponsors have obviously done a lot of stakeholding. I'm not sure they've done the stakeholding with all the emails of landlords the landlords from whom I continue to receive emails, because they do not see this as reasonable. We're talking about rent. We're talking about rental properties. The nature of rental properties is temporal. It is temporary. It is not permanent. If you're going to live in a not permanent setting, you are then putting yourself in the position where you have to move. That is just the nature of it. It's not a penalty. There are lots of benefits. There are lots of people that rent just for the temporary nature of it. So they're not tied down to it. So they're not tied to the real estate fees. The real estate fees, they're not tied to, they can move from one job to another. They can move from one location to another. They are receiving a benefit for themselves for renting. It is not a penalty then. So when you get to the end of your contract, the end of your contract is a reason for eviction. And I think that's highlighted in the amendment for 1171, that in the case where the government becomes a landlord under one of these other audacious bills that have been passed for rent control that will drive up the price and drive out rentals, then the government has that option to get out of it without any issues. So that should tell us something. But the very nature of shall not be deprived of life, liberty, or property. The income, that rental income, is the property of the landlord. So what you're going to do here, once again, with these good intentions, paving the road to hell, is you are going to cause the rental market to go up. They are going to have to increase their costs. They're going to have to increase the rent just so they can cover the chance that this is going to happen. If you want, there are lots of things that you can do to help this, the affordability issue. None of them include continuing to fuddle the market like we're doing. This is going to drive rental properties out. This is going to drive prices up, and it will seriously hurt the people that you're trying to help.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 46 to Amendment 16. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment 16. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very confused by this bill. Not by the bill itself, but we've changed it so many times that this bill isn't really even close to what we started with. So the big amendment, I would like to read. I think it actually tried to help clear up some stuff, but I would like to read it because we're all confused. The majority may not be confused, but the minority is. And so let me just read this amendment because it is 5 pages. When you insert 5 pages of amendment, in my opinion, that should immediately be kicked back, and so we can discuss it again because it's so convoluted. But on top of that one, we also have another full-page amendment that is to this bill too. So back to reading L016. Amend the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report dated March 1, 2023, page 1 after line 8, insert. Page 3 of the printed bill with line 14, insert. And here is the insert. Number 6, mission-driven organization means an organization in good standing with the Secretary of State that is A, a public housing authority created under Section 29-1-204.5 or Part 2 or Part 5 of Article 4 of Title 29, exempt from taxation pursuant to Section 501A of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended and listed as an exempt organization in Section 501c3 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended, renumber succeeding subsections accordingly. Page 1 of the report, line 10, strike quotations number 7 and substitute or when conditions exist for a no-fault eviction as described in subsection 3 of this section. Page 2 of the report, after line 24, insert. Page 6, line 2, strike 120 and substitute 90. Now this line, I want to commend the representative to my right here that presented this 5-page amendment. I think that's a good line, coming from 120 down to 90. Okay, but it still is quite confusing. So let me continue on. There's another place that's going to be substituted. That's not the confusing part. Page 2 of the report, after line 25, insert page 6 of the bill, lines 7 and 8, strike 120 and substitute 90. Again, I think that's I would say it's a step in the right direction. Page 6 of the bill, line 20, strike 120 and substitute 90. Page 2 of the report, after line 26, insert page 6 of the bill, line 25, strike 120, substitute 90. Again, I think that is it's a great step in the right direction. Page 7 of the bill, line 2, after the semicolon, add and. Page 7 of the bill, strike lines 3 and 4, reletter succeeding subparagraph accordingly. Guys, when we're relettering succeeding subparagraphs, somewhere we should kick this back and discuss this and clean this up so when we bring it to this floor, it's actually a coherent bill. This has gotten so convoluted, it's no longer coherent. We can't even put the pieces in the right order to figure out what the bill is actually saying at this particular point. Page 3 of the report, strike lines 2 and 3 and substitute. Page 8 of the bill, line 13, strike premises and substitute premises. Page 8 of the bill, strike lines 14 through 18 and substitute. Letter D, time-limited housing. When a mission-driven organization's funding or authority to operate time-limited housing, including the temporary operation of hotels and motels, is terminated, the mission-driven organization may proceed with a no-fault eviction of a tenant of the residential premises if, Roman numeral 1, the mission-driven organization allows the tenant a reasonable amount of time to vacate the residential premises. Roman 2, the mission-driven organization provides the tenant proper service of a written notice of the no-fault eviction in English and Spanish with the following information. Letter A, the date by which the tenant must vacate the premises. Letter B, the reason for the no-fault eviction and an explanation that the funding or authority is being terminated for the mission-driven organization. And letter C, alternative housing options and other available resources for tenants. Number 4, subletter A, a landlord may proceed with no-fault eviction. Page 3 of the report, strike, line 10, strike number 3, small b, or number 3, small c, and substitute 3, small b, 3, small c, or 3, small d. Page 3 of the report, after line 11, insert page A of the bill, strike line 20, and substitute. Landlord's exemption. Number 1, except as described in subsection 3 of this section, a landlord that proceeds with a no-fault eviction. Page 9 of the bill, after line 9, insert. Number 3, this section does not apply. Small a, if the rental agreement concerns the occupancy of a residential premises that is not the tenant's primary residence, which is the address listed, when a valid no-fault eviction is exercised by the landlord pursuant to section 38-12-13033. On the tenant's Colorado driver's license or identification card, Roman number 2, of the tenant's voter registration, Roman number 3, for purposes of the tenant's payment of state and federal taxes, or Roman number 4, for the purpose of public school registration. These all fit within a normal process that's similar to this. Small b, to a homeowner as defined in section 38-12-201.52. Small c, if, Roman number 1, the landlord is a mission-driven organization that A, is subject to the Federal Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Policies Act of 1970, 42 USC 4601, as amended, and B, receives funding from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development or the United States Department of Agriculture, and Roman numeral 2, the total federal relocation assistance benefits received by the landlord from federal programs and federal funding for relocation are more beneficial to the tenant than the relocation assistance provided by this section. Small d, if the landlord is a mission-driven organization that exercises a no-fault eviction under 38-12-1303-3D, letter E, if the landlord can demonstrate and attest that the actual monthly amount of rental revenue received is less than the $6,500 per month after payment of any required HOA fees and monthly mortgage and escrow payments due for a mortgage that was secured by the landlord for the original purpose of that property, or letter F, the landlord can provide substantially similar housing and amenities to the tenant for a similar amount of time, and the tenant agrees to this arrangement in lieu of relocation assistance. Page 3 of the report, line 13, strike section and substitute 38-12-1307 affirmative defense. A landlord's failure to comply with this part 13 is an affirmative defense for a tenant to an eviction proceeding. I think we're always quick to be litigious. Page 3 of the report, line 14, strike 1, E.7 and substitute 1 E.7 and 1 E.8. Page 3 of the report, line 30, after premises, insert for a reasonable business purpose, time, and frequency. Page 4 of the report, strike lines 4 and 5 and substitute residential rental agreement if, letter A, the landlord has provided a copy of the new residential rental agreement, which the landlord must not change during the 60-day notice period to the tenant at least 60 days before the expiration of the current residential rental agreement. The rent does not change based upon when the tenant accepts the residential rental agreement and the terms are substantial. I could have just changed the whole amendment reading it right there. Page 4 of the report, line 8, strike amount and substitute amount except that this section does not apply to a homeowner as defined in section 38-12-201.52, and page 4 of the report, strike line 16 and substitute required E.8 when, number 1, the landlord has provided the tenant or lessee 90 days advance rent notice in English and Spanish. Again, I think that's the right direction, but we'll look at that a little later. That requires the tenant to deliver possession of the premises to the landlord upon the expiration or after the expiration of the residential rental agreement if the notice states that the landlord plans to recover possession of the premises for the landlord's use and occupancy as a principal residence or for the use and occupancy as a principal residence by the landlord's spouse, domestic partner, child parent, or grandparent, or number 2, the landlord has provided that the tenant or lessee 90 days advance written notice in English and Spanish that requires the tenant to deliver possession of the premises to the landlord upon the expiration or after the expiration of the residential rental agreement if notice states that the landlord intends to convert the property to a non-residential use or convert it to a short-term rental property as defined in section 38-12-1301 12 or conduct substantial repairs as described in 38-12-1301-13A. Page 5 of the report, after line 8, inserts renumber succeeding sections accordingly. On page 11 of the bill, after line 4, insert Section 7 in the Colorado Revised Statutes 38-12-222, amend number 3 as follows. 38-12-222, residents' right to privacy. Number 3, except when posting notices that are required by law or by rental agreement, the management shall make a reasonable effort to notify a resident of the management's intention to enter the mobile home space at least, struck out 48, 72 hours before entry. That's the wrong direction. The notification must include the date and approximate time of the planned entry and must be delivered in a manner that is reasonably likely to be seen or heard by the resident in a timely manner. Renumber succeeding sections accordingly. Now that, to everybody's amazement, is the amendment. Here is the next amendment, 037, that amends that amendment. Guys, this thing is so convoluted and confusing at this point. I'm not even going to show you where all the stuff in the other amendment is changed by this amendment. It's too hard to follow. You have to have a whole spreadsheet to be able to do this. But I will read it to you upon request. Amend the Mabry 4 Amendment, HB 1171, underscore L.016, page 2, after line 24, insert. Letter E, withdrawal from rental market for the purpose of selling the residential premises. Roman number 1. When a landlord, now remember, this replaces a bunch of stuff in this other amendment. You've got to figure out how that all works. When a landlord plans to sell a residential premises that is a single-family home, a townhome, or an individual condominium unit, the landlord may proceed with a no-fault eviction of a tenant of the residential premises at the end of the term of the rental agreement only if the landlord. Now remember, this was actually, the other one was actually amended to include some language right here that was amended because it includes mobile homes and things like that. So that's another amendment that jumps right in the middle of these two amendments and splays them. Again, causing a lot of confusion here. Number A, notifies the tenant of the landlord's intent to withdraw the residential premises from the rental market and sell the residential premises, which notice is provided at least 90 days. Now this one already has the supposed correction of the 90 days from the 120 that was introduced in this bill, but had not been passed yet, but it's already in this bill, this amendment, with the assumption that it was going to be passed. That's interesting to me, that we assumed that was going to be passed. Provided at least 90 days before the end of the term. And again, 90 days is way better than 120. So that one line in this amendment, I can get behind as a good direction, not as a final resting place. We'll continue to work on that. Again, starting letter A, notifies the tenant of the landlord's intent to withdraw the residential premises from the rental market and sell the residential premise, which notice is provided at least 90 days before the end of the term of the rental agreement, or 90 days before the date on which the tenant will be required to vacate, whichever is later. Have we processed in this house how long 90 days is for a landlord? That somebody is going to be evicted, but they get at least 90 days. Now that's way better than 120 days, but 90 days is still a very long time for a landlord to have to deal with an empty space as someone is being evicted. Letter B, provides the tenant proper service of a written notice of the no-fault eviction in English and Spanish. The written notice must include the date the rental agreement ends, which date must be at least 90 days after the date upon which the landlord provides the written notice of the tenant, to the tenant. Letter C, does not list the residential premises for rent for at least 75 days. Now think about what that is saying. The landlord that owns that property is being told that they cannot list their own property that is now officially going to be empty. They cannot even list it for 75 days. We are doing a lot of stuff in this house that is trying to destroy rental properties, landlords, and all of the things that they're doing. for at least 75 days after the date on which the tenant will be required to vacate, whichever is later. Nothing in this subsection 3E, this is Roman numeral 2, nothing in this subsection 3E may be construed to allow a landlord to proceed with a no-fault eviction or otherwise terminate a rental agreement before the end of the term of the rental agreement. Page 2 of the amendment, strike line 27 and substitute 3B, 3C, 3D, or 3E. Page 3 of the amendment, line 32, strike or. Page 3 of the amendment, line 33, strike the and substitute if the. Everybody following? Everybody got your bill all lined out now with this amendment, the motorhome amendment, all amending L16, which amends the bill, which is not actually what came out of what was presented to committee? Are you following all of this? Page 3 of the amendment, strike line 36 and substitute relocation assistance, or G, to a landlord who withdraws a residential premises from the rental market for the purpose of selling the residential premises and who provides proper notice to the tenant as described in section 38-12-1303, 3E. Now, I think this is extremely convoluted and confusing. And to me, when we get to this point, we need to kick it back and we need to discuss it and try to come up with something that actually is cogent and coherent. So I would like to make a motion to push this back to committee so that we can actually come up with a bill instead of a patchwork quilt.
So we will have to act on the amendment first, Amendment 46, before we can entertain your motion. So we're going to go back to 46, which is displayed.
Oh, okay.
1-6. So 1-6, I'm sorry.
In that case, I would like to make a motion to move Amendment L035 to this amendment and have it properly displayed. Yes. I withdraw everything I said earlier. And I still want to move Amendment L035 to amend this L0, I'm so confused how many amendments we got. L016.
That is a proper motion. The motion is displayed to the amendment, Rep. Bottoms.
To the amendment. Now this is where, again, I really do appreciate one of the sponsors, or these sponsors, I don't know which one did it, but Amendment 1.6, I really do like that one line that says we move it down from 120 to 90. But since I know the pressure that this is going to cause, and actually potential financial, extreme financial pressure to landlords, my amendment says that we move it from that 90 down to 30 because that makes more sense. For a demo or converting property, the landlord must give 30 days notice, not 90 days. And this one is a good common sense amendment going the direction that the representative was with his amendment. So it seems to fit in line with the direction he was going. So I ask you to vote yes on Amendment L035.
Any further discussion, Representative Mabry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we urge a no vote on this amendment. In committee, the Apartment Association came, they spoke to the 120-day notice period. They said something more like a 60 or a 90-day notice would be much more reasonable. We did hear them on that, and it was in response to complaints from the Apartment Association that we did bring this down to 90, and so we urge a no vote on Amendment L35.
Representative Bottoms. Oh, okay. Division has been called. We're going to go into a brief recess. So a division has been called, and the question before us, oh, I'm sorry. The committee will come back to order. The question is the adoption of L0035. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment 35, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Now, all those who are opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment 35 is lost. Back to Amendment 16. Rep. Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L041 and to amend the Mabry floor amendment and have it properly displayed.
That is a proper motion.
And this amendment goes again to the...
Rep. Bottoms, the amendment is
sorry.
properly displayed. You may speak to it.
Thank you. This goes again to the same thing that I just said. I do like the direction that the floor amendment was taking, going from 90, from 120 down to 90, and so I'd like to move this amendment go from 90 down to 30. This is a different place in the bill, and we want to make sure that all the language is correctly addressed throughout the entire bill. So, knowing that 30 would be much more beneficial to the landlord than 90 is going to really hurt landlords. It's really going to hurt it's going to hurt the entire industry. But we want to make sure that we go not just from 120 down to 90, but we want to make sure that we go 90 down to 30. So I would like to urge an aye vote on Amendment 041 to Amendment 6016.
Is there further discussion? Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as I mentioned, the Apartment Association in committee said they were fine with 90 days, so we urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L041. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is lost. Back to Amendment 16. Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've been discussing 90 days, 120 days, 30 days. Seems like a nice middle ground there would be 60 days. So I move Amendment L036 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. And the amendment is displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we just heard discussion that the Apartment Association said they would be good with 60 or 90 days. And so I think 60 is a nice middle ground here. And with great apologies to my colleague from Montebello, I will tell another brief story that directly pertains to this amendment here. So this amendment is talking about how long a tenant has to vacate the premise if the landlord decides that eviction is necessary in order to then either demolish or do something else with that land. And so 60 days, I believe, is very appropriate because of something that I personally saw, in which case we had a 2-acre parcel in the city where I worked that had one property on it that was being demolished, which is the part of the bill that this amendment refers to. That singular property, that singular residence was being demolished to make way for 3 separate buildings that would have provided, I think it was like 24 different housing units. Well, the issue was that given a long period of time, that tenant chose to bring in something like 55 derelict cars and 35 18-wheeler loads of fill dirt, basically just to get back at the landlord. And he was able to do that because he had a long length of time before that eviction went into effect. And so by going for a 60-day timeline here, as we've heard, the apartment association would also be fine with 60 days. By going for a 60-day timeline here, I think we strike that nice middle ground of ensuring that the tenant has the appropriate amount of time to be able to go find new housing, but we don't run into a situation like the one I encountered where affordable housing, 25 housing units were delayed for several months while the landlord had to work to remove all of the derelict cars and all of the fill dirt that had been brought in by the tenant when the tenant was afforded. This was when we had the eviction moratorium. So for those reasons, I would ask for a yes vote on the 60-day timeline. I think it strikes a nice middle ground, and we've heard that it's also a number that the apartment association is okay with. Thanks.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 90 days was the middle ground because that was the other number that the Apartment Association said. We met them halfway, so we urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L036. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Back to L016. Rep. Soper.
Merci. I move Amendment L040 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. And the amendment is displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, to a number of bills that are pending currently in the General Assembly, we've exempted out residential premises if the residential premises are less than 5 dwelling units. And this is really to protect the small landlord, someone who may just have one house, maybe it was their in-laws, someone that they wanted to be able to rent out that additional house. They are really not in it as a major business. It's something that adds supplemental income, and it also adds to the ability to have more residential units, especially in rural Colorado, but throughout the state. And so being able to exempt out those under 5 dwelling units is very important to looking out for the small guy. We'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. In previous debates that we've had about this, I ask you to take a look at it because there is the mom and pop landlord in these small communities. They do feel like they're being vilified, and they want to be able to handle their property the way that they want to. A lot of them have invested in properties for supplemental income and retirement, and they feel like they're being punished for doing that. I've also talked to you about the relationships that a lot of rural landlords in most of my counties. I've had a big call out from the Pueblo West area as well. And once again, they feel like they're vilified. So I ask you to please support this amendment and look out for the small guy. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have heard many of the concerns having to do with mom and pop landlords, and our amendment is so big because we are responding to those concerns. We are exempting mom and pop landlords from the relocation assistance. We are exempting the sale of mom and pop homes. The 5-unit carve out is far too big of a loophole. It would mean that these protections do not apply to far too many tenants. In the state of Colorado, we do believe that we've addressed the concerns and are working and have worked to address the concerns of exempting mom and pop landlords from the biggest burdens of this bill, and we urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Well, you've heard a lot of arguments and a lot of discussion in regards to this bill. We heard it in local government, transportation, and housing. It's much different than it was then. In fact, there's been an argument that it's not the same bill. I would agree. But here's the thing, in communities like what I represent, there aren't people that own a lot of apartments or units. And one of the things that I find in my communities is that the people that own 5 or less units are the ones that are supplying affordable housing. They're the people that are managing rents, holding them down, letting people make payments for their rent, the kind of things that we do for neighbors. This bill treats everybody as though they're not a neighbor, they're a landlord. And a landlord's kind of a bad connotation nowadays. But in rural Colorado, we've talked about this before on some of the rent control and on some of the other bills. In rural Colorado, 5 units is a pretty big landholder. But they're the people that are holding residential prices down. They're not evicting people. They're trying their best to help them. This amendment makes sense, particularly in rural Colorado. I would imagine you'll find the same thing is true in urban Colorado. Landlords don't want their units to be empty, so they do everything that they can to keep someone in that unit. Members, please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L040. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Back to L016. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've kind of shifted, and now we're talking about the size of the rental operation here. And so I think it's very important. I think everyone recognizes that it's important to take care of our small business owners, some of whom are small neighbors, small landlord neighbors, that don't have some big booming enterprise here. They maybe have just a couple of units. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L044 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly moved and is displayed. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does, the bulk of it is that second paragraph there, page 2 of the report, strike line 15. So if you turn to the green sheet in the report, this is talking about the applicability of this bill. And so what this does is it just adds in subparagraph C, which says that a duplex, triplex, or an accessory dwelling unit of a residential premise, if the landlord lives in one of the units, of the duplex, triplex, or the accessory dwelling unit, is also excluded. So because the landlord actually has to be living in one of these things, a duplex really means that there's only one unit that's being rented there because the landlord is living in the other one. A triplex means that there's only 2 units that are in play here because, again, the landlord is living in one of those units, or the accessory dwelling unit. So there you have the main house, the main whatever the building is, and then you have the accessory dwelling unit. So what this amendment does is it excludes folks that have 2 units or less that are actively being rented. And so with that in mind, I would ask for an aye vote on this, not only because it protects our small landlords, but also because this language provides consistency with some other pending legislation that has also been passed or is also moving forward this year. So for those reasons, the consistency in protecting the small landlord, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We share the concerns of Representative Evans, which is why we brought an amendment on this in committee. And in our amendment in committee, we did exempt properties where the owner lives and maintains their primary residence on site or part of their primary or part of the site is the primary residence of the owner. We actually feel like this language is more expansive and was meant to cover the ADU, was meant to cover like my situation. I have a roommate living in my basement. And so we feel like we've addressed this working with stakeholders, and we ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a question of the sponsor in response to that. I guess in many ways, I don't necessarily know if it's more expansive than what you included, because let's say you have the landlord who's living in a duplex. That means immediately next door, so still part of the premises, would be the tenant. And do you see that as fitting under the, would that be Amendment 16 or would that be Amendment 36? Or do you see this as being separate? Just a clarifying question.
Representative Mabry.
I see that as fitting under the language that we have. We have other portion of residential premises. I think argument could be made that it's the same residential premises for when it's a duplex.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 44. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment 44 fails. Back to Amendment 16. Representative Soper.
Merci. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L038 and ask that it be displayed.
That is the proper motion. And the amendment is displayed. Representative Soper.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment is one that would strike the notice to quit provision and really take us back to current law. I have learned a lot about landlord-tenant law in studying this bill. Certainly it's amazing that as both a renter and then briefly as a landlord myself that I ever got through life because it's amazing all that we have in law. I actually had no idea that we had standards placed into law for when a tenant had to tell a landlord when they were going to leave or quit the lease prior to the lease's natural expiration or the expiration of the contract. Representative Mayberry was kind enough to point out that there was a may and it wasn't a must, so I did appreciate seeing that. But still, just to be clean, I'd like to just strike out this language altogether. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I urge a no vote on this amendment as it takes away the main protections that we have in this policy.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L038. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to L016. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After the robust conversation and debate on Amendment L16, I'm coming back to ask you to vote yes on Amendment L16 as amended.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 16? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing in the much appreciated reading by the good representative from El Paso County, in a previous bill to deprive landlords of their property without due process, 1190, we were talking about eminent domain. And so it kind of struck me as interesting that this amendment came after after we were talking about the government taking eminent domain of property. And the mission-driven organization, excuse me, which is on page 1, line section, so 6 of 4, mission-driven organization. So that sounds, I mean, landlords have a mission. Their mission is to pay for their property, provide a service to the customer. But what is a mission-driven organization? So it means an organization that is in good standing with the Secretary of State that is a public housing authority. It's created, so we have this whole page, all these pages that are that seem largely to protect the interest of mission-driven organizations. And what are they? They are a public housing or authority created under section whatever, 29-1-204.5 or part 2 of or part 5 of Article 4 of Title 29, or, well, that's pretty clear, or exempt from taxation pursuant to Section 501 of the Federal Internal Code of 1986 as amended and listed as an exempt organization in Section 501c3 of the Federal Internal Revenue Code. So really, it seems like this amendment is largely, at least this section, is to protect the entities that we create, that our government creates, by stepping in with eminent domain to do another deprivation of property without due process, to support this eminent domain or this deprivation of property without due process. Might as well call it what it is. This is deprivation of property without due process. And here, it's protecting a mission-driven organization, which is either the public housing authority or the nonprofit organization that is set up by the government in collusion with the government. And then, so what does it allow? And I'm trying to find this because it says, renumbering sections accordingly, page 1 of the report, line 10, strike 7, substitute 8, page 1 of the report, line 22, strike 11, substitute 12. Page 2 of the report, line 19, strike exist, and substitute or when conditions exist for a no-fault eviction as described in subsection 3 of this section, which refers you to Article 40 of Title 13 of CRS 3812-1303-3. So this isn't a 12-page bill. This bill is getting into the hundreds of pages. You can't even follow this bill. This bill is not coherent. So let's see, what does it talk about? The mission-driven organization, time-limited housing. When a mission-driven, so what is that again? Oh yeah, that's a tax-exempt public housing authority or nonprofit organization, probably set up when the county or city or government of some form stepped in and deprived a person of their property without due process. When a mission-driven organization's funding or authority to operate a time-limited housing, including the temporary operation of hotels, motels, is terminated, well, wait, that was supposed to be 50 years. Weren't they supposed to be like 50 years, that if they were going to take control of that, those agencies were going to be 50 years? The mission-driven organization may proceed with a no-fault eviction of a tenant of the residential premises if the mission-driven organization allows the tenant a reasonable amount of time to vacate. Oh, so now we're down to a reasonable amount of time. It's not, so somebody that doesn't have the deep pockets of the government has to give 120, or give 90 days, excuse me. They have to give 90 days, 3 months. They have to give 3 months notice. The government, who has stepped into this completely unconstitutional, being owner of property and operator of and landlord, just has to provide a reasonable amount of time. And who determines that reasonable amount of time? Oh, that would be the government. That would be the same government that's doing the no-fault eviction. Time to vacate residential property. The mission-driven organization provides the tenant proper service of written notice of the no-fault eviction in English and Spanish. I'm not sure only why English and Spanish. I mean, there's lots of languages around. With the following information: the date by which the tenant must vacate the premise, the reason for the no-fault eviction, and an explanation that the funding or authority is being terminated for the mission-driven organization, and alternative housing options, and other available resources and tenants. And then it changes to a landlord may proceed with a no-fault eviction. But apparently only if that landlord is a mission-driven, meaning that they are a public housing authority exempt from taxation. So to me, this part of the bill right here, where the government exempts itself from the language of this bill that the government is creating, is really just saying this is not a good idea, and we don't want to be tied to it. So we would like to tie you to this bad idea, and then we'll give ourselves an exemption from it because we've already deprived you of your property without due process. There are so many problems with this bill. Not the intentions. The intentions are great. The intentions are great. Helping people maintain their property but the free market does that. The free market already does that. This is going to further, again, these bills you are exasperating the problem that ostensibly they are trying to solve. Not that I can't say that nobody cares because then I'd be impugning and then I'd get gavelled, but I'm thinking it.
The question before us is the passage of L16 to HB 1171. All those in favor say aye.
L16 to the committee report.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L16 to the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment 16 passes. To the committee report. Next. To the bill. No, to the committee report. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I guess we passed that.
I move I move Amendment 042 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. And the amendment is displayed. Representative Soper.
Merci. So this amendment does, it's really just a technical change, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Mabry.
We ask for a no vote, members.
The question before us is the passage of L042. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to the committee report. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 13 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
It's a proper motion. The amendment is displayed. Representative Taggart.
This is a technical change. It's actually just one word to change from add and to or to make sure that short-term rentals, dwelling units with a portion of the residential premise and the military are all part of the exemption. Thank you. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on that? Representative Mabry.
Members, we ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the passage of L013. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to the committee report. Okay. To the bill. Oh, I'm sorry. Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Oh, the committee report passes to the bill. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L024 to House Bill 1171 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion.
The reason I move this amendment is this bill is a direct attack on private property rights. It stifles the free market. It reduces the flexibility for landowners who may need to terminate a lease for reasons beyond just cause and the exemption listed in the bill. All of the housing bills to date, they seem like that they're pushing investment away from private properties into a more state-owned and run rental system. If this bill is passed, it'll increase court costs, put undue burden on landlords and tenants, and exacerbate the housing crisis in Colorado. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. This strikes the enacting clause and creates a settled question.
All those in favor of L024 say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Back to the committee report, or to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, as you can see, we have worked very extensively on this legislation to make sure that it doesn't have unintended consequences, that it is working for working families and for mom and pop landlords. And, we're trying to prevent unnecessary evictions. The White House has called upon states to pass legislation like this, and I'm proud to stand here with Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, as we champion policy in this housing space to respond to that call to the White House and to protect vulnerable renters, and we urge an aye vote on this bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 1171. All those in favor, yes. Representative Taggart. Representative Taggart. No? Okay, the question before us is the passage of HB 1171. As amended, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. HB 1171 passes. Majority Leader, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following touch bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1009 is amended, 1024 is amended, 1171 is amended, 1191 is amended, just 1191. Passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 37 is amended. Senate Bill 57 and 78 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1224, 1225, and Senate Bill 110 laid over until March 15th, 2023. House Bill 1196 laid over until March 16th, 2023.
Representative Ricks. You have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title. Please read the first Bottoms amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bottoms Amendment L41 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said amendment L41 passed and that House Bill 1171 as amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
First Bottoms Amendment was my nickname in high school. So I would like to again state that this needs to go from 90 down to 30. The 90 is good. Again, I don't think that's the bad if that's the direction, but the direction needs to get all the way down to 30 just to be able to protect the landlords. So I move that we accept this amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I ask for a no vote as we had robust debate on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Bottoms Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote.
Just one sec, sorry. Yep. In chair. Oh, excuse. Oh my goodness. One sec. No, stop. Greek Kennedy. Greek Kennedy. You got to go back to attendance. There you go.
Representatives Lynch, Martinez, Puglisi, Wilson.
Okay. I might need to do yours by hand. Hold on.
Martinez is here, don't do it.
Present. They've already recorded a vote, but they're excused on there now.
Okay, let's just. Okay, hold on.
This thing just shit itself, dude.
Okay. Are we going to be able to get me off the yellow here? Okay. Representatives Lynch, Puglisi, Wilson, and McCluskey are excused, and despite the yellowness on my name up there, I vote no. Oh, Minority Leader Lynch has returned.
Dude, this thing is not liking what we're doing to it.
Exit out.
It's
Don't
gonna
excuse
excuse Lynch now. Yeah, so.
Can you do it now?
Puglisi. How are we doing, guys? The thing's bugging out.
Sorry for the delay. We're actually having a little bit of a freeze in the machine, so please bear with us for 1 second.
Is Wilson excused?
Wilson is excused. Okay, now go back and do it. Yeah, just do present on everyone.
Wilson? Oh, see, it's being so weird. I've never seen this before.
Click this. back into it.
Connor, this thing's giving us some real trouble.
Have you seen this before? Did he?
No, he was excused. Same with Degree Kennedy was never excused. They put Degree Kennedy in the chair and excused him, and his vote was already up.
Degree Kennedy in the chair. Excused him. His vote was already up there. Puglisi.
We can try putting her president. It might do the same thing. Okay, that one worked.
So Lynch is excused, but he wants to be a what?
Lynch wants to be president to vote, but then it gives us this. So I'm worried we might just need to close the vote machine.
Here, let's do this. Ask him how he votes. Close the machine. And go change it later with IT.
Members, thank you for bearing with us. I think we're having a challenge for people who have been marked as excused, unexcusing them. So I think we're going to go ahead and close the machine, and then we'll get it resolved before the next vote. So Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. With 20 aye, 42 no, and 5 excused, and 0 absent, the first Bottoms Amendment is lost.
Yeah, now it was because we had the vote machine open while trying to change some stuff. Are you gonna go back up?
Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Bottoms Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bottoms Amendment L35 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L35 passed and that House Bill 1171 is amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
I'd like to move the amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Again, this amendment was to try to help us be responsible for the landlords that are owning all these properties that these renters want to be in, that if we keep doing stuff like this, those properties won't exist and the renters will not be able to be in them. And so we want to bring this from 90 down to 30 days to be prudent and fiscally responsible to the entire market. And so I move this amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Bottoms Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, please vote. Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the second Bottoms Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first and only DeGraff Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting House Bill 1171 as amended to show that 1171 as amended was lost.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting HB 23-1171 as amended to show that HB 23-1171 as amended lost, and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Well, we know that today's assault on due process will have extensive negative impacts in this attempt to legislate away the damage legislated onto our economy by Washington, D.C. I do agree with the sponsor that the consequences will not be unintentional. I would like to, this bill should fail. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I ask for a no vote as this bill did just pass on seconds.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the DeGraff amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the DeGraff amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title. I'm sorry, not the title. Please read the first Evans amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L36 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L36 passed and that House Bill 1171 as amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and see that it is displayed.
Please proceed.
So as we spoke about, this is adjusting how long a tenant has to vacate the property. In the original bill, it was 120. The apartment association said they would prefer 90 or 60, so this makes it 60. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 42 no, and 2 excused, the first Evans Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L44 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L44 passed and that House Bill 1171 as amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and I see that it's displayed.
Please proceed.
As we discussed, this amendment protects the small-time landlords by exempting duplexes, triplexes, or an accessory dwelling unit if the landlord happens to be living into one of those. So at most, they're only going to have 2 rental units in play under this amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, we actually did some extensive stakeholding on this and addressed this particular issue in committee. And so I will ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 38 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read please read the first Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L40 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L40 passed and that House Bill 1171 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the first Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So members, this exempts out dwelling units of less than 5, and this is to be consistent with other pending pieces of legislation that are currently working through the General Assembly, and we would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I do ask for a no vote. We have continued and have done great work in addressing small mom and pop landlords, especially with relation to the relocation assistance. So I ask for a no vote on this, please.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Soper Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 40 no, and 2 excused, the first Soper Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Soper Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L42 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L42 passed and that House Bill 1171 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the second Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment does is it strikes out the legislative declaration from the bill. That's all it does, so it doesn't touch the substance of the bill. This is just the legislative declaration, and we would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I ask for a no vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Soper Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 42 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third Soper Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L36 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L36 passed and that House Bill 1171 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the third Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, what this does is we heard from the Apartment Association 60 or 90. This moves it to 60. It's very similar to an amendment brought forward by Representative Evans. It's just going at it at a little bit different way, but it still changes it to 60 days instead of 90 days. And we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, I ask for a no vote. This is, again, something that we already addressed as it relates to the amount of days and complied with what was being asked of us from the Apartment Association. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Soper Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the fourth Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L38 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L38 passed and that House Bill 1171 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I withdraw the fourth Soper Amendment.
Very good. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Taggart moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L39 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said Amendment L39 passed and that House Bill 1171 is amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole, and I ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
This amendment strictly approaches the subject of relocation costs or relocation, what's the term I'm looking for? Assistance. If the landlord gives 90 days notice, that's more than adequate for a tenant, and there really is no need to give relocation assistance above and beyond already given 90 days, which is what the Amendment 16 did. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I ask for a no vote on this. We have done additional stakeholding to address the relocation assistance. I ask for a no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 23 aye, 40 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Taggart moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Taggart Amendment L46 to the Mabry Amendment L16 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report amending House Bill 1171 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1171 as amended passed.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This second amendment, first, I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
This amendment tunes that first amendment on the relocation assistance and is fair to both the tenant and the landlord. In a lease agreement, if a tenant, in many cases, doesn't give 60-day notice, they are subject to additional payments on rent. This approach is very similar. If I, as a landlord, give you 90 days, I don't have to pay any additional relocation assistance. But if I do not, I am responsible for that relocation assistance. So it is, again, a fairness between both parties. Thank you, and I ask for a vote of aye on this amendment.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As stated before, we already sought to address our mom and pop landlords by carving out when they're left with less than $6,500. And again, this was stakeholdered and worked on. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Taggart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 30 aye, 33 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Winter Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Winter moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Soper Amendment L24 to House Bill 1171 to show that said amendment L24 passed and that House Bill 1171 as amended passed.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Winter Amendment to report of the Committee of the Whole and ask it properly be displayed.
Please proceed.
For all the reasons that my Republican colleagues discussed earlier, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Winter Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1011. I'm sorry, Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1101.
House Bill 1101 by Representatives Vigil and Bacon, also Senators Winter, F., and Henriksen, concerning support for transit and in connection therewith, increasing the flexibility of the Ozone Season Transit Grant Program and increasing opportunities for transit agency participation in regional transportation planning.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House reject Senate amendments to House Bill 1101. Thank you, thank you. Relax, relax. And that a conference committee be appointed with permission to go beyond the scope of the differences.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question before the House is to not concur with the Senate amendments and that a conference committee be appointed and go beyond the scope of the original differences. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. The House is again unified around rejecting Senate amendments with 63 aye votes, 0 no votes. I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. Now, with 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to reject Senate amendments, appoint a conference committee, and go beyond the scope is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over House Bill 1004 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1004 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage. Oh, hold on just a moment.
Oh, you're right. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1116.
House Bill 1116 by Representatives Hartsook and Doherty, also Senators Rodriguez and Baisley, concerning insurance contracts for healthcare services that involve electronic payments to a healthcare provider and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Doherty.
I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1116.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. A lot of questions came up to us, and the amendment was really simple. After I talked to the legal people to figure out what they were talking about, what they did in appropriations, they said they added this thing, appropriation us for Department of Insurance, or our director, it says, for personal services, and everybody's asking what's personal services, and I had no idea, but it means they get a 0.2 FTE. So we would encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is whether the House should concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1116. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Valdez? Representative Valdez is excused. Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 3 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1116 as amended.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1116 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Also, Representative Valdez is here. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1116 is repassed as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine for co-sponsors. Okay, please close the machine. This brings us to the last order of business on our calendar this morning. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 7.
Senate Joint Resolution 7 by Senators Bridges and Gardner, also Representatives DeGraff and Marshall, concerning the designation of March 13th, 2023 as Colorado Aerospace Day.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We move Senate Joint Resolution 23 TAC 007 and ask that it be read at length.
Whereas our nation and the world have significantly benefited from technological and scientific advancements resulting from space exploration and aerospace activities. And whereas Colorado ranks first in the nation for aerospace employment concentration. And whereas there are over 34,000 Coloradans who are directly employed in aerospace, with the aerospace cluster supporting over 240,000 jobs. And whereas Colorado is home to the nation's top aerospace companies, including Ball Aerospace, Boeing, L3 Harris, Lockheed Martin Space, Maxar Technologies, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, Aerospace, and United Launch Alliance, and close to 500 additional companies that support the aerospace sector by providing services and developing products, including spacecraft, launch vehicles, satellites, command and control software, sensors, and navigation operations. And whereas Colorado is a strategic location for national space and cyber activity with 5 key military commands: North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, the United States Northern Command, the United States Strategic Command's Joint Functional Component Command for Space Missile Warning Center, the United States Space Command, and the United States Army Space and Missile Defense Command and Army Forces Strategic Command, as well as 3 space-related United States Space Force bases, Buckley, Pedersen, and Schriever. And whereas the United States Air Force Academy, along with Colorado's colleges and universities, including the University of Colorado Boulder, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, Colorado School of Mines, Colorado State University, Metropolitan State University of Denver, University of Denver, Colorado Mesa University, and Fort Lewis College, provides accesses to world-class aerospace-related degrees and offers aerospace companies one of the country's most educated workforces. And whereas various organizations are key to Colorado's prominence in aerospace, such as the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, the world's largest aerospace technical society, the Colorado Space Coalition, a group of industry stakeholders working to grow and promote Colorado as a center of excellence for aerospace, the Colorado chapter of Citizens for Space Exploration, housed within the Colorado Business Roundtable, whose mission is to promote better understanding for aerospace and its importance in our economy and daily lives, as well as promoting the importance of human space exploration. And the Colorado Space Business Roundtable, an organization that works to convene stakeholders for industry, government, and academia to advance aerospace business and workforce opportunities throughout the state. Together, these organizations form the Colorado chapter of the Aerospace States Association, a nonpartisan organization of lieutenant governors and associate members from aerospace organizations and academia who represent states' interests in federal aerospace and aviation policy development, led by Colorado Lieutenant Governor Deanne Primavera. And whereas, in addition, the Colorado Air and Space Port, located east of the Denver International Airport, seeks to serve as America's hub for commercial space transportation, research, and development. This horizontal launch facility will have the potential to become the foundation for a global suborbital transportation network connecting Colorado globally. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, strongly urge and request the government of the United States of America to take action to preserve and enhance American leadership in space, spur innovation, and ensure our continued national and economic security by supporting space exploration and activities, including sending United States astronauts, including the first female and first person of color who will walk on the moon, under NASA's Artemis program, which launched its successful uncrewed test flight on November 16, 2022. Hundreds of Colorado companies worked to make the Artemis 1 a success, including Boeing, which built the Space Launch System rocket, United Launch Alliance, which built the interim cryogenic propulsion system, the second stage that propelled Orion into orbit around the moon, and Lockheed Martin Space, which designed and built the Orion spacecraft for NASA in Colorado, which traveled 1.4 million miles beyond the moon and back. Recognize and appreciate Colorado's space and aerospace companies and organizations, especially the growing membership and activities of the Colorado chapter of Citizens for Space Exploration, in partnership with the Colorado Business Roundtable, whose activities to promote space exploration are helping to increase public understanding and enthusiasm for space exploration funding. Recognize and appreciate the exciting new innovations coming this year with the inaugural flight of the United Launch Alliance Vulcan Centaur rocket, Boeing's CST-100 Starliner crew test flight to the International Space Station, and the Sierra Space Dream Chaser, the world's only winged commercial spaceplane, which will also travel to the International Space Station. Both the Starliner and Dream Chaser will launch atop a United Launch Alliance rocket. Express our most sincere and deepest appreciation to the men and women working in our military installations in Colorado, and hereby declare March 13th, 2023 to be Colorado Aerospace Day.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you. Apologize, colleagues. I know we want to get going, and if this is coming for the Senate, so it's far more verbose than I ever would have done. But to hear me out for just a quick minute, I actually had one of our colleagues jokingly ask me, oh, so you're going to be a shill for the military-industrial complex. I didn't think that was what you were about. Normally, I'm not a big believer in tributes and resolutions, but this one is very important. I'll leave aside the national implications of the fact that we have enjoyed air supremacy since World War II because of our aerospace industry. And my Air Force colleagues would probably appreciate that term, not air superiority, but air supremacy. Colorado has the 15th largest economy in the United States. Someone who was born and raised here, that's quite shocking to find out. And we have the second largest aerospace industry. And what that means is by per capita, we have the largest aerospace industry in the entire nation. And that has given us a strong, diversified economy. Those of you who grew up here will remember agricultural, mining, and natural resources was the basis of our state for so long and brought just boom and bust cycles all the time. The aerospace industry has diversified our economy. And it was an accident of history that we have it. Quite a few members of my VFW came here after the Korean War because of Martin moving here. All the installations that were built here, all because of the Cold War and the shelter that the Rocky Mountains provided from a possible intercontinental attack. So it's an accident of history, we got it, but it will not be an accident of history if we lose it. The aerospace industry started in Dayton, Ohio for very good reasons. St. Louis had one of the most massive aircraft infrastructures in the world for decades, but it's there no longer. So we need to be very cognizant and not get complacent. Huntsville, Alabama is breathing down our necks and would love to have what we have here in this state. Boom, who is building the first commercially viable supersonic transport, is right here in Colorado, out of Centennial, but they had to move their testing facilities to North Carolina because they can't test except over open water. And you can be sure North Carolina is reminding their legislature, we got the testing facilities here now, you're building the first 3 or 4 prototypes here, why don't you start manufacturing it here? So again, we need to keep cognizant of this because there are incredible externalities for having this industry here. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In commemoration of the Aerospace Day and a lot of what's made it possible, the United States Air Force Academy, this poem is very significant. Oh, I have slipped the surly bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter's silvered wings. Sunward I've climbed and joined the tumbling mirth of sun-split clouds and done 100 things you have not dreamed of, wheeled and soared and swung. High in the sunlit silence, hovering there, I've chased the shouting wind along and flung my eager craft through footless halls of air. Up, up, the long, delirious, burning blue, I've topped the windswept heights with easy grace, where never lark or even eagle flew, and while with silent lifting mind I've trod the high and trespass sanctity of space, put out my hand and touched the face of God. I've had thousands of hours to think about that poem, and I often do. Colorado is an important part of aviation, both civil and military. Colorado Springs is the epicenter. When you consider how 120 years of aviation, the free market took aviation from its first powered flight to blithely transoceanic, safely and efficiently, and our forays into space that are now taken as a matter of course, aviation truly unites the world. And as far as air supremacy goes, that is truly also about protecting the boots on the ground and the military that protects our freedoms and the Constitution and the Declaration, and they protect that with their lives. Aviation is an important part of Colorado, and I'm proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 7. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 2 excused, the resolution is adopted. I'm sorry. I said 2 no votes. I meant to say 0 no votes and 2 excused. 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, 2 excused. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine for co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Seeing no further business before the House, are there further announcements? Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Pro Tem, Speaker. We have one bill that we will not be hearing this afternoon, and so supposedly I'm obligated to let you know that Senate Bill 35 will not be held, but we will be meeting after Health and Insurance concludes their business in LSBA for Transportation, Housing, and Local Government. Thank you.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I am just letting public health know that Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, that we will meet upon the conclusion of H&I in 107.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, members. Similar announcement for Judiciary. We cannot begin our work until the adjournment committees have concluded, so I'll keep in touch with members on text. Agenda is the same as announced this morning, 1032, Senate Bill 74, 1159. See you sometime this afternoon.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pro Tem.
Pro Tem. I hope you will join me tonight at the legislative reception for the Colorado Alliance of YMCAs, including your local YMCA. These are the folks that provide after-school and summer daycare, camps, swim lessons, workout facilities, and so much more. They will be here in the Capitol tomorrow. Before then, come join us tonight, 5 to 6 at the downtown Denver YMCA, just 2 blocks away on 16th Avenue. You received an invitation in your mailbox, so I'd love to see you there. Thank you.
Seeing no further announcements, Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.